apply. Section C to order. We're meeting today to continue consideration of the estimates of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Chair. This is vote number 21. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $64,363,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness Ministry operations to 31st March 2024.
Thank you, Minister. I now recognize the member for Abbotsford South.
Thank you very much, Chair. So through you to the Minister, I'd like to talk a little bit about the heat dome, if I could. And I think it's good to put on, in context for the record, that in the 2021 heat dome, we lost 619 people, tragically, as a direct result of the heat dome. There had been, what we now are aware of is that the BC government has missed its deadline to review into the possibility of providing air conditioners during heat waves that was recommended in the coroner's death review in the panel in 2022. The coroner's panel review found that almost 66.9%, approximately 414 people did not have access to air conditioners. There was some regretful remarks by the Premier himself that fatalities are a part of life. And if we take a look to our neighbors to the south that have similar weather, or if Oregon by the following year had established an air conditioner deployment program that allocated $5 million to purchase air conditioners for high-risk individuals. And the ministry transition binder said in 2022 to prepare the province has set a heat alert system, an extreme heat preparedness guide, a community alert preparedness fund, heat-related funding stream, and a second guide for extreme heat preparedness and provincial ministries. So the question that I have for the minister is, what role does the ministry have in ensuring BC is prepared for another heat dome? And as I mentioned, I think to the minister and the team during a Teams meeting, it appears that it is likely to re-happen if you take a look at some of the weather forecasts. So what role does the ministry have in ensuring BC is prepared for another heat dome?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. Before I respond directly to the member's most recent question, I actually have to make a correction on something that I said yesterday's session, and of course I have lost the sheet that I was going to reference immediately. Where did it go? Oh, thank you so much. This is why I have excellent support team here. Yesterday, in response to the question around the breakdown of the increased budget for EMCR for the 2023 to 24 fiscal year, I had cited that the increased foundational emergency management capacity increase was 5.8 million. It's actually 8.542 million. Had mixed up the numbers there, so I wanted to make sure that that was corrected. Thank you. To the members' questions about the heat dome, I have to start by acknowledging what a significant tragedy that was to the people whose lives were lost and the families that were impacted and the communities that were impacted by the heat dome. I think we in government and across British Columbia learned a very difficult lesson in that during that heat dome. We learned, of course, the true fatal nature of what we are facing when it comes to extreme climate events and the changes that we are seeing in weather patterns as a result of climate change, and how much it is that the government needed to do to ensure that that never happens again. We have taken concrete actions since that heat dome. Member refers specifically to the BC Coroner Service recommendations. I can confirm that EMCR has fulfilled all of the recommendations that were directed to EMBC prior to becoming EMCR in the report. That includes recommendation 1A. I'll go through each of the recommendations. 1A was that by June 30th, 2022, the Ministry of Health will be assigned as the lead ministry to coordinate the response to public health impacts from an extreme heat event, and Ministry of Public Safety and Solicitor General will assign EMBC, now EMCR, as the lead agency to coordinate the government provincial response to the non-health related impacts of extreme heat emergencies. So the actions that have been taken on that recommendation include establishing a BC Health Effects of Anomalous Temperatures, or BC Heat Coordinating Committee in January of 2022 to ensure scientific and evidence-based public health coordination around extreme hot weather events in the province. The BC Heat Coordinating Committee created an evidence-based framework for the BC Heat Alert and Response System, known as the BC HARS, I believe, or HARS, probably HARS people will refer to. In accordance to the Emergency Management Program Regulation, EMBC was responsible for coordinating or assist in coordinating the government's response to emergencies and disasters. So a cross-ministry working group led by EMCR and the Ministry of Health has developed a guide to assist provincial ministries and agencies develop sector-specific heat-related plans. So for extreme heat, that's the preparedness for provincial ministries and agencies. We've also developed a table of reimbursable actions to assist First Nations and local authorities in preparing for and responding to heat emergencies. The second action that was directed at EMCR included issuing a broadcast intrusive alert for an extreme heat emergency. We are now prepared to issue a broadcast intrusive alerts based on recommendations on the BC Heat Coordinating Committee. The third action directed to EMCR was that EMBC, in partnership with the Ministry of Health, provincial health authorities, and the First Nations Health Authority would distribute the Prepared BC Extreme Heat Preparedness Guide to British Columbians and provide public service announcements on extreme heat preparedness in multiple languages and formats. That action is also complete. It is available online. We're happy to provide the link to the member. We have developed an extreme heat social media package that is also available there, and the preparedness guide is available online. In terms of the actions that the member specifically referred to on air conditioning, EMCR continues to work with partners across ministry. In this case, on this action, we're working with the Ministry of Health and Ministry of Social Development Poverty Reduction on achieving that. I think it'd be worthwhile to raise the question again in the estimates for the Ministry of Health, Ministry of Social Development and Poverty Reduction, because that action was directed to them specifically. But we do work across government and work with our ministries. We're just not the best. We're not the best one to answer that specific question. On members' question in regards to kind of the overall role of EMCR in a heat emergency, we are the coordinating agency for preparedness across government on all hazards, and we work in partnership with the various ministries depending on the type of hazard that we are facing. So in this case, we would work very much in partnership with health and SDPR, certainly especially in terms of the action that the member has raised. And as we are coming through the spring, we see the summer season ahead of us. That is when heat domes and extreme heat events are more likely to occur. EMCR does have a series of seasonal preparedness briefings that both internal and external with partners, local governments, First Nations, partners, non-governmental organizations, and so forth. We will be starting up those seasonal preparedness briefings on a regular basis, and extreme heat is absolutely one of the hazards that are covered in those briefings.
Member.
Through you, Chair, thank you, Minister, for the answer. So what I heard from that was we've prepared some brochures to hand out. We've prepared some social media sites to hand out. And we have, for cooling centers, for instance, we've basically asked local governments to look after the cooling centers, and we might provide them with some money in return for setting those up. I would say to the Minister, and with the greatest of respect, that when it comes to the heat dome, when it comes to something that was this catastrophic when it comes to lives, that passing the buck on to other ministries, I don't think would be, in most British Columbians' minds, good enough. That there needs to be a more direct response from this ministry, and at the very least, this ministry should have the answers from some of those other ministries. I'm just thinking, like anyone else, to be bouncing around to 3 different ministries, it should be a one-stop shop, and at least when it comes to an answer. But I get that this ministry is new and these things will develop. So, if I was to offer some positive suggestions, that would be one of them. That we really, pick up the phone, call you, and you should be, this ministry should be able to answer those questions. So when we went through this, did this ministry, when we compare what happened in British Columbia with regards to the fatalities versus what happened in Washington State and Oregon, their numbers were minuscule compared to ours. Did this ministry review what other jurisdictions have done in response to a heat dome to learn what best practices are? For instance, Oregon established an air conditioning deployment program. Has this ministry considered a similar program? And I'll add in here as well, other than announcing that cities have set up cooling centers for people, what measurable actions has the ministry taken to ensure that people are prepared for a heat dome other than brochures?
We'll be taking a short recess, and we'll be returning shortly. Thank you. Committee of Supply, Section C, back to order. We're considering the budget estimates for the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness.
I think it was a version down.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for, I guess, putting our House into recess so that we could actually get to our vote. That's, of course, very important work that we do. The member in his previous question had offered some very pointed feedback. I want to emphasize that the member is welcome to come to my ministry, to EMCR, on any hazard at any time. My staff and I and our team as a whole will do our best to help coordinate, or basically as an entry point for inquiry, we'll do our best to help, regardless of the hazard. This process, however, it is a budget estimates process debate. We answer questions about our ministry's budgets, and of course, we're flexible about the kinds of additional questions that we can canvass here through this process. But ministers do not answer questions about other ministries' budgets, which is why I referred the member's previous question to the ministries that I did. It would not be appropriate for me to speak on behalf of the Minister of Health or on behalf of the Minister of Social Development and Poverty Reduction on the details of their budget through this particular process. But in general, outside of this particular process, absolutely, any member of the House welcome to come to my ministry, and we'll do our best to help on navigate any hazard in their community. And I do want to acknowledge as well, I mean, emergency management really is a distributed responsibility across all corners of government, across all levels of government, across all layers of society, and we are all collectively dependent on that whole of society approach, especially during an emergency, especially during a crisis. On the whole of government approach, I am happy to elaborate on some of the more actions that have been taken by government already on this. For instance, the additional investments to enhance emergency response, such as $148 million to $48 million to increase the number of paramedics and dispatchers. The province developed a response system to communicate and coordinate for extreme heat emergencies, as well as the public education materials that we discussed earlier, and investing in funding opportunities to support communities in preparing for an extreme heat event, because we are very much partners with local governments. I mean, communities are integral to the local response in their communities and in their neighborhoods, and we support them both through a variety of resources, including funding. Funding through emergency support services, they cover more than the cooling centers themselves, but I would emphasize that the cooling centers and communities are enormously important. I wouldn't underestimate their value. The communities are able to expense for water, for staff overtime, for facility rentals, for transportation to and from cooling centers. So if they know that there are vulnerable demographics in their communities that may need transportation, we do cover that as well. Enhanced fire services, because of course during a heat dome you are also likely experiencing a number of other complicating factors, and higher heat often means higher risk to fire as well. We provide funding for wellness wellness checks in communities, and cultural supports, community navigators and cultural activity location supports. These are important lessons that we've learned through the past several years of multiple types of emergencies, that the importance of providing culturally safe spaces for Indigenous communities that are vulnerable for these hazards are very important. Cooling device rentals, we provide refreshments for, we pay for refreshments at these cooling centers as well. And we have the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, which has been topped up recently by $180 million. There is an extreme heat risk mapping, assessment and planning stream through that fund. Provides risk mapping, assessment, planning for preparing specific communities for the needs that they may have during heat emergencies. To the member's question about jurisdictional scan of air conditioner policies and programs, I can confirm that the Ministry of Health has done a jurisdictional scan on air conditioners, including jurisdictions in Oregon as well as other Canadian provinces and territories. Finally, I want to acknowledge, or rather, I'd like to respond maybe to the member's characterization of the work that EMCR has done in response to the coroner's report as, just producing pamphlets. I really would not underestimate the value of public education. I wouldn't make light of the value of public education, especially given that it was a direct response to the coroner's report recommendation. There was a recognition that in a place like Canada, extreme heat risks were not well understood by the public, by communities and by individuals as well. We don't think of Canada as a place that is subject to extreme heat. It was an unprecedented event. And so the importance of making sure that individuals, families, community members understand that when the temperatures rise, there is a very real risk to one's health and risk of fatalities as well. That in itself brings value because we all, to some extent, are responsible for contributing to our safety during those events as well. And the ability to provide heat alerts now is also extremely concrete. I think that that shouldn't be undervalued as well. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you very much, and I appreciate the minister's answers through you, Chair. I'd like to shift, if I can, to the atmospheric river and flooding and River Forecast Center funding. So, as you know, as my riding was one of many that experienced the atmospheric river and the flooding, the resulting flooding that occurred. Since then, what actions has the minister directed to ensure BC is ready for the next atmospheric river that could result in substantial flooding in British Columbia?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I really want to thank the member for his question on this. Certainly, as we saw from the atmospheric river events of 2021, the damage was catastrophic, not only to infrastructure, but also the lives, livelihood. We lost livestock, we lost people, like people lost lives as well. And even where people didn't lose lives, their lives were profoundly impacted. Businesses were profoundly impacted, and the impacts of the atmospheric river event really extended beyond the immediately impacted communities of the flooding. It also extended to right across British Columbia. I mean, with the loss of access to critical infrastructure, fuel pipelines, transportation networks, access to the port. I mean, the entire country was cut off from access to one of the most important ports in the entire country because of extended flooding. And of course, that is in addition to all of the havoc and the destruction that we saw on the ground in communities. So I appreciate the absolute critical nature that we move on being more prepared, better prepared, able to mitigate the impacts of future flood risk before it happened. It really comes down to the reason why the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness was created in the first place. It was to ensure that BC was able to build up capacity to not only react and respond to flood events when they happen, but that we were actually prepared for and able to mitigate the impacts before they happen, and of course support communities through the recovery process. Following the atmospheric river event of 2021, EMCR performed a internal cross-ministry review of the provincial government's operational response, and that atmospheric river review was undertaken to capture lessons learned to inform preparation for future atmospheric rivers, future flooding, future landslides, and contribute to the planning and operational readiness for other disaster events as well. So our active task right now is to take those lessons learned, what we've experienced, take the feedback that we've gotten from communities about what worked, what didn't work, understand the impacts to individuals across the board, and channel that into even more proactive, aggressive action on reducing flood risks and adapting to climate change. So an improvement plan is being developed to address the findings of the review and to strengthen response to future events, but we're also not waiting to act and not waiting to implement improvements in the meantime. And that is why we have additional funding in our budget for the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund so that communities who are undergoing mitigation projects could continue to be funded for the important work that they are doing. It is also why EMCR's budget includes increased disaster mitigation funding, long-term mitigation funding to provide long-term mitigation funding for communities. We have also funded disaster risk reduction through provincial grants to communities, and also through joint federal provincial funding programs such as the National Disaster Mitigation Program, the Investing in Canada Infrastructure Program, and the Adaptation, Resilience, and Disaster Mitigation streams of those programs, also known as the ARDM. We have additional funding in EMCR's operational budget in order to increase foundational capacity of the ministry to be able to do this work, to prepare communities better, to support them, not just through the difficult times, but ahead of those difficult times as well. That includes the increased funding for disaster mitigation and preparation internal to our budget, in addition to this funding provided to the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund that is administered by UBCM. And that additional funding will be directly, also provide direct support to communities on building resilience. We have, in addition, the province is investing in better floodplain mapping and developing and EMCR, in partnership with the Ministry of Forests, is developing the BC flood strategy. And the provincial flood strategy, flood resilience plan, which will help reduce flood risks while also enhancing our resilience to more frequent extreme flood events in the future. So that work is underway, a province-wide flood strategy, incorporating the lessons learned that we have seen, that we have learned through these very difficult events, and making sure that we actually address them in the future. We are working directly with communities as well on developing and implementing their flood mitigation plans. So we're working directly with communities like Abbotsford, Merritt, Princeton, Grand Forks to ensure that they are stronger, more resilient in the face of the next flood hazard, flood event. In terms of our preparedness posture, so how is EMCR prepared day to day right now to support communities in case of another flood? So EMCR maintains multiple 24/7 resources, including on-call staff in all 6 of EMCR's regions that are available to provide direct support to communities. We have the Provincial Emergency Coordination Center, also operates 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It includes an emergency call and notification center, provincial duty manager staff who are able to issue broadcast intrusive emergency alerts when required, response information staff that are able to provide live public education piece as crises and incidents are developing. And beyond its 24-hour, 7-day-a-week resources, EMCR also has the potential to activate its regional emergency operations center, increase the activation of its provincial emergency coordination center. So, and on top of that, EMCR also maintains a provincial supply of flood assets, so flood control assets, and we're able to pre-deploy them to areas that are anticipating flooding. So we work with communities to determine what they might need. They can be deployed in response to a flood event, but preferably, if we can anticipate it, we will pre-deploy those assets. As of March 27th, 2023, our flood control asset inventory to support First Nations and local authorities includes 4.3 million sandbags, 12 sandbag machines, 24 kilometers of tiger dam bladders, which are water fillable flood barriers. We are hoping that another 10 kilometers will be available after we inspect them. There are 16 kilometers of gabion baskets, which are earth-fillable flood barriers, basically big baskets that you fill with soil and rock and dirt. And again, another 7 kilometers will be available, but we have to inspect them. They've been used, they've been out in the field. We have to make sure that they're appropriate to be reused. We provide financial and operational support to BC Ground Search and Rescue volunteer groups who are often very active in responding to flood emergencies. And we have, since the atmospheric river event, have made us ensured that we're capable of issuing broadcast intrusive alerting for flood events. And the list goes on, but I'll stop there and await the member's next question. Thank you.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. And I just, having had a moment to collect my thoughts, I want to actually respond to something the Minister said. So in the mandate letter, it's on the top of page 5, it said, so I'm going to actually back up and say, one of the issues that all governments have is the building of silos. And sometimes the most difficult thing, which is why I believe in part why this ministry was created and isolated, was to help break down those silos when there's an emergency so that there is good crosstalk so that all hands are on deck. We know exactly what equipment we have, what we can call on, and who we need to phone. Like I said before, it's a one-stop shop. And part of that is that, and as a result of that, this ministry is the lead cross-ministry coordination for our government's work to enhance BC's resilience. As such, I would respectfully say to the minister that when it comes to things such as air conditioning or cold, even in the cold, it's not just heat domes we worry about, we also worry about cold as well, because that can be just something Canada is more familiar with. But I would say that technically the minister is right that those questions should go over to the other ministry. But in this case, because this is the lead coordination, I would say that the minister should have access to that information. And I would say that both myself and the public would find it frustrating that we got to be bounced around to go try and find that. In questions that are underneath the minister's control, because this is the lead coordinator, I would say that those kinds of questions are appropriate, especially when they come to budgetary, with all due respect. And I know that this is new, and we'll, as this ministry evolves, it will become better and stronger. But I think breaking down those silos so that we have simple answers to some of these questions, I think moving forward will be important. But I'll leave that to be. I do have when it comes to the atmospheric river and the river forecasting, what's the current staffing level in the River Forecast Center in British Columbia? And can the minister compare this to other jurisdictions such as Alberta, Washington, Alberta? Maybe we have, again, going along the vein of what do other jurisdictions do? How do we get best practices from them? So, what's the current staffing level in the river forecasting in British Columbia, and have we done that comparison?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I do appreciate the members' comments about the need to break down silos to ensure that we are coordinating across ministries. I want to assure the member that that is absolutely happening. Our government works very collaboratively across all corners of government. While EMCR is the coordinating entity, we absolutely I need to emphasize the importance of having all corners of government involved in emergency management. And when a crisis emerges, when an emergency comes up, and even before in preparation of and in this work that we're doing to prepare communities and mitigate the impacts of disasters, there is enormous collaboration that goes on. And I also want to acknowledge that it is frustrating for members of the public to not know where to get information from. That is exactly why we created Climate Ready BC. It is an online hub that consolidates all the variety of emergency-related information that exists in government across multiple ministries onto one site. It is a living site. We anticipate continuing to add to it as we continue developing more resources, more funding mechanisms, more general resources and information for communities to be able to access. It will go on Climate Ready BC one-stop online hub. And again, to the member, any member of the legislature, and really anyone, is welcome to come to EMCR to, if they have questions, regardless of the hazard. Me and my team will do our darndest to support them navigate through the government emergency network as a whole, and recognize that there's some frustration that we're unable to provide responses on the detailed operating budgets of other ministries. It is perhaps a limitation of the estimates process, but this is the estimates budget, but outside of this process, you're always welcome to come to us. I've already spoken to the concrete work that government is doing as a whole, collaboratively together on extreme heat events. I can address the work that we are doing on extreme cold weather as well. We do use the emergency management network that includes communities to coordinate, share information, to identify gaps and to address them. So this network is used during in the lead up to and during an extreme heat cold emergency. EMCR has a very strong collaborative working relationship with the Ministry of Housing, and we do support communities in funding warming centers. We provide coverage for costs like fuel, operating costs for generators for both Indigenous and local government own or run facilities, as well as rental costs for non-Indigenous or local government owned or run facilities. And let me see if I had any additional items. I think that covers that, but happy to receive more questions.
Member.
Well, thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much to the Minister. And I just, for the record, I think I want to say that the Minister and I have met on a couple occasions, and I appreciate the Minister's sincerity and attitude to, towards emergency preparedness. I think we've all learned some lessons from the events that went through. We were unprepared in some cases, and human nature is you learn after the fact. We always improve what's gone wrong, and we try to make sure that it doesn't happen again. That's kind of, I've learned more from my mistakes than what I've ever learned by guessing it and getting it right. On that vein, as a lot of people may or may not know, I was because of my history in the Valley, I put out the warning via Facebook that the Nooksack was coming. Can the Minister explain, please, how was it that the Nooksack was overlooked? Because that was not in any of the river forecasts that came from EMBC. And what, more importantly, you know, how did it happen, if the minister can? And more importantly, what are we going to do to ensure that not only that river, but other rivers that may not be, you know, rivers don't necessarily follow within the confines of our lovely little borders that we put in. What are we going to do to ensure that other rivers that may flow into British Columbia aren't overlooked as well?
Minister.
Thank you so much, Chair. I think it's already been said multiple times how extraordinary the flooding of the 2021 atmospheric rivers were, and the impacts to communities, and there were a lot of things happening at once that overloaded the water systems in the atmospheric river event. First off, there were multiple atmospheric river events. There was the initial one, I believe it was on November 14th and 15th, and a few days later, there was another series of atmospheric river events. There were dike breaches, and as the member noted, the Nooksack River down in Washington State also overflowed. Now the province, working with local governments, First Nations, nonprofit organizations, the entire communities, we responded together to that flooding event. But we learned from that flooding event as well that we need to work better with Washington State to manage our collective interests around this, and how, unfortunately, water doesn't respect municipal, provincial, or national borders, and we do really need to be working together. So together with Washington State, we are working on a Nooksack transboundary flood initiative that will respond to more frequent and severe flooding of the Nooksack River caused by climate change. It will bring together the necessary resources, relevant experts to help identify and evaluate and advance solutions and drive the design of projects and programs, and identify sources of funding. Special liaison to the Premier, to Washington State, the MLA for Port Moody Coquitlam has been appointed, and he has assured me that this is his top priority. We understand the urgency, the concerns that communities have around increased flooding, and the added anxiety when that flooding is caused as a result of waterways that aren't in our jurisdiction to control directly. It does add complication. It requires not just multiple levels of governments, but international, international governmental collaboration as well. There was a recent meeting of Washington State Governor Inslee and Premier to reaffirm the urgency and the importance of this initiative, and reconfirm collective commitment to working together on it. I also understand that the River Forecast Center has now better information sharing with Washington State, which I think is what the member was asking about in particular. They have also increased their staffing levels since 2021.
Member.
Thank you very much, Chair, and the Minister will be happy to know that was the last question I had. It's a big sigh of relief. And I look forward actually to working with the Minister in the future, especially as one of the ridings that was drastically affected by the atmospheric rivers and floods. And I look forward to, and I appreciate the hard work that staff has put in as well. And I think this is definitely one of those things where together we can actually, do what's right by the people that hire us to work here. So I do appreciate the time. Thank you very much.
Okay, seeing no further questions, I ask the Minister if they would like to make any closing remarks.
Thank you, Chair. Perhaps another correction to make: if I implied that the Premier's special liaison to Washington State was...
Sorry, that was watershed restorations.
Well, somebody attempted to correct my correction, and apparently I was correct in the first place, so I will just throw that correction aside. I thought I said the right thing, but I'm not above accepting that maybe I said something incorrect. Thank you. I want to thank the critic and his colleagues for the important advocacy that they bring to this House, and for the questions that they have raised. I just want to acknowledge each and every one of them. Of course, we have the critic member for Abbotsford South. We also received very valuable questions from the member for Fraser-Nicola, Grateful to the member for Caribou Chilcolton as well. I know that many members of both sides of the House will continue to come to me with questions even outside of this process, and I really welcome that. We are a new ministry. We were built on the bones of EMBC, but they were strong bones. They really were, and we want to put some meat on them and grow the organization overall. We're excited to do this work. We recognize the importance and the urgency of the work as well, and grateful for the collaborative spirit that we're receiving to do this work from across all sides of the House. So really grateful for that.
Thank you, Minister, and thank you, members. And seeing no further questions, I'll now call the vote. Shall vote 21 pass? Aye. Anyone opposed? Motion carried. And we have a second vote. Minister?
This is regarding vote number 22. Be it resolved that a sum not exceeding $36,420,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness Emergency Program Act to 31st March 2024.
Thank you, Minister. And shall another vote is about to take place? Shall vote 22 pass?
Aye.
Anyone opposed? Hearing none, motion's carried. Thank you, members, and we'll take a short recess, about 5 minutes, to let the ministries change, a new ministry, environment, climate change staff come in, and thank you, Minister, and your staff. Okay, I will call Committee of Supply, Section C, back to order. We're meeting today to consider the budget estimates of Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy. I now recognize the Minister to move the vote.
Thank you, Chair. Resolved that a sum not exceeding $199,682,000 be granted to His Majesty to defray the expenses of the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change Strategy Ministry operations to March 31st, 2024.
Thank you, Minister, and do you have some opening remarks?
I do. Thank you very much, Chair. First of all, I want to acknowledge that we're on the traditional territories of the Lekwungen-speaking people, the Esquimalt and the Songhees First Nations. I'd like to introduce some ministry staff who are here with me today. Kevin Jardine on my right is Deputy Minister, joining us at various portions of the estimates, depending on what part of the ministry questions are asked about, will be Jeremy Hewitt, ADM for the Climate Action Secretariat, Laurel Nash, ADM for Environmental Protection, Jim Standen, ADM for BC Parks and Recreation Sites and Trails, Eleanor Arend, Associate Deputy Minister, the Environmental Assessment Office, and Ranbir Parmar, the EFO Corporate Services for the Natural Resource Ministries. Since our last estimates, we've seen some significant changes, including a new Premier, a new Cabinet, a new set of ministry mandate commitments, in addition to ones that were issued previously, as well as some shifting in ministry responsibilities. I no longer have responsibility for TransLink, which has moved to the Ministry of Transportation and Infrastructure. I have a new parliamentary secretary, Aman Singh, who is joining us today. Much of the day-to-day operations and responsibilities of the ministry, however, remain the same, and I look forward to building on the progress that we've achieved over the past 5 years. Past year has presented many challenges to the people of BC, particularly from the impacts of global inflation, with the cost of goods increasing steadily and putting pressure on families. We continue to see impacts from the war in the Ukraine, which is impacting global supply chains, and we're continuing to recover and work with British Columbians to recover from the impacts of the atmospheric river event of late 2021 and other climate-related disasters. We also have a new ministry that was here just before me, Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, that will work with our ministry on preparations for resiliency to climate change, adaptation, and other forms of preparation. There were also other significant impacts. There was a prolonged drought in many parts of the province last year, right through until late October, and many of the actions taken by the ministry have focused on addressing these and other challenges. The response and recovery from the extreme flooding in late 2021 continues into 2023. Staff in the ministry were tasked with debris removal, which was a huge task. Over 725 kilometers of waterways were assessed among major waterways, including the Tulameen, Similkameen, Nicola, Thompson, Coldwater, Chilliwack, Fraser, and Coquihalla rivers. Hundreds of debris sites were cleaned up and thousands of tons of debris were removed. Settlement work continues, including removing deposited materials, addressing erosion, mitigating future flooding, and helping to restore river channels. This has involved significant collaboration and leadership from First Nations, from municipalities, from local contractors, the public, other government ministries, as well as the federal government, all with the shared goal of removing potential hazards and restoring affected watersheds to health. Through the climate preparedness and adaptation strategy, we're strengthening our ability to respond to extreme events like wildfires, flooding, and heat waves, as well as more gradual changes like water shortages and sea level rise. We know that every dollar spent on disaster and climate risk mitigation now can help save $10 or even more on recovery costs down the road, but we first need to assess disaster and climate risks to prioritize our investments. Through the development of a disaster and climate risk and resilience assessment, we can determine risk and resilience priorities so that we can ultimately develop a province-wide disaster and climate risk reduction plan. And this is the joint mandate to which I referred of the Ministries of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness and Environment and Climate Change's Climate Action Secretariat. And that work will be completed in 2024. The assessment will be co-developed with Indigenous partners and informed through engagement with local governments, industry, critical infrastructure owners, academia, non-governmental organizations, and other key provincial parties. To further enhance disaster and climate resilience, we have invested $369 million in the Community Emergency Preparedness Fund, and this includes the recent top-up of $180 million. These funds have supported more than 1,300 projects. Budget 2023 provides an additional $85 million over 3 years to increase emergency management capacity in the province and to provide new investments to make communities more resilient to climate and disaster risk. These incidents only underscore the urgency of our work to build a better future for people across this province. Government continues to prioritize investments to support climate action, with $3.5 billion invested in Clean BC since 2019. We know that these impacts are likely to become more severe and frequent in the future, and we need and want to be prepared. Our ministry continues to take action across sectors to reduce our carbon emissions by reducing climate pollution in BC and build new opportunities in a clean energy economy. We continue to coordinate implementation of the Clean BC Roadmap to 2030, which is one of the strongest climate plans on this continent. We have just announced our new energy action framework that will cap emissions through regulation in the oil and gas sector. The cap will be designed in line with our 2030 climate targets and will support new opportunities in clean energy and technology. We'll also be establishing a Clean Energy and Major Projects Office in the Ministry of Energy, Mines and Low Carbon Innovation to fast-track investment in clean energy and technology and create good, sustainable jobs in the transition I know that we all want to see to a cleaner economy and a clean energy economy. Since the pandemic, as we know, our parks, our provincial parks, have become more popular and more utilized than ever. We know that connecting with nature is more important than ever. People want and need more options to get outside and explore our beautiful parks and outdoor spaces. Since August 2017, we have established 3 conservancies and 2 provincial parks, and this includes the new Incomplew Conservancy, which is one of the most significant new protected areas established in the past decade. We are also investing in expanded access to BC parks while protecting the natural values that make them so important to British Columbians. This work has been coordinated with work at different ministries to help meet our government's commitment to protect 30% of the land base by 2030. Budget 2023 invests $71 million in operating and capital funding over the fiscal plan to help preserve and enhance outdoor recreation opportunities in BC parks and recreation sites and trails BC. This amounts to an increase of $40 million in operating funding and $31 million in capital funding over the fiscal plan. We also recently unveiled our BC Parks commitment to inclusion, a vision that will help ensure our parks are more welcoming to everyone, along with $3.6 million over the next 3 years to continue upgrading facilities like washrooms, parking lots, and trails to a more universally accessible standard. Work in the Ministry's Environmental Protection Division continues to focus on various aspects of the Clean BC Plastics Action Plan. This includes improvements to our nation-leading recycling system, our extended producer responsibility system, an approach that requires producers and manufacturers to take responsibility for the full life cycle of the products they sell. In addition, we continue to work on the first phase of a new bonding strategy and policy framework that will ensure owners of large industrial projects, not British Columbians, pay the full costs of any potential environmental cleanup if their projects are abandoned in the future. As is often the case, much of the ministry's work involves significant collaboration and coordination across different ministries. I'd like to thank the incredible staff of my ministry and other ministries for their hard work and dedication to public service and building a better BC. And with that, Honourable Chair, I look forward to addressing questions of the parties in opposition.
Thank you, Minister, and I will now recognize the member for Kamloops North Thompson for his opening remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and hopefully it's not like a bad dream with the minister, but I'm back for another tour of duty with environment estimates. So our critic is down with the three chambers running. Of course, everyone's getting pulled in different directions, and she's also our lead critic on the bill that's currently in committee stage downstairs. So she'll be coming up here when that bill ends, and actually the next bill down in that chamber will be a finance bill that I'll be leaving to go to as the critic. So we'll have to do a bit of a swap out when that happens. But in the meantime, I do have some questions, and some of these actually, unfortunately, are carryovers from a few years ago when I was the environment critic, and relate specifically to my riding. And so, obviously, Wells Gray Park is a massive economic generator for Clearwater. A few years ago, the minister and myself were very well aware and had a lot of conversation around the Clearwater River Road that washed out. That has created a big strain on the rafting industry in Clearwater, as well as other park users in Wells Gray Park. There does not seem to be any movement on any works to be advanced and move forward. I'm just wondering if the minister can provide an update of where we're at with Wells Gray Park and that overall access piece with Clearwater River Road, and if there's any monies in this year's budget for those types of works.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I appreciate that the member and as well as tourism operators and people in the area have been waiting some time for an answer to this. And we've done some investigation over multiple repair options. What we found was that restoring access to the existing road would actually continue to leave it vulnerable to future climate events. It just does not appear to be a road that would be safe to put back into operation. So I have been in continual discussion with staff in BC Parks about what other alternatives may exist.
Member.
Well, thank you for that. I guess the struggle the community is having with this is that there does not seem to be the same urgency as what we heard with the minister's preamble comments, and the reality was, although this wasn't a massive province-wide storm event, it was a freshet that washed out this road several years ago now, and there are limited options. The first option of the replacement, when there was a community group that was willing to step in and do it. They just needed the permits, and then it became, through further engineering discussions, the realization, as the minister just alluded to, that it just wasn't really feasible to do that. All that said, there's still limited options in the area that we're talking about. And so the community's feeling, and understandably so, that they've been forgotten, that there's been no meaningful update or timeline, discussion as to what the route may actually look like and be. If you compare that and contrast that to what we saw with Highway 8 after the atmospheric river and access being restored for the ranchers and people in that area, partly for living reasons, but also for economic reasons. If you look at the Coquihalla and the realization of the economic impacts that shutdown was having, very real, but very swift action to try to get corridors reopened. Same with Highway 99, Lillooet to Pemberton area. Those washouts were dealt with. Highway 1 in the canyon dealt with, and in fact there's still an at-grade crossing with the rail lines, but nonetheless the route itself is open, even with a 2-hour stop waiting for some bridge repair work and a single lane Bailey Bridge to get people going. And in fact that bridge actually has signage on it. It is only allowed 1 rig at a time, 18-wheeler going across it at any given time. You can't have more than 2 on it. Yet it's still deemed to be a safe crossing and a way to try to get goods flowing and people moving for the economic well-being of people that need that corridor. The people in Clearwater and surrounding area view the Clearwater River Road in much the same light. That park, Wellsgrave Park, is a significant economic driver to the overall economy of Clearwater. Now, with the pipeline construction, which ironically enough this minister vehemently opposed going in, that has offset some of the economic impact of a reduced park usage right now in terms of rafting and things of that nature. But that project's coming to an end. And if there's not a timeline that syncs up with the new road access, the rafting industry already is feeling the pressure, but the town itself will feel that economic impact as well. And so is there not a more firm timeline? Is there not, can there not be more of a commitment to have very public and open conversations with the community in Clearwater around something as critical as this project, so that the mayor and council and the public and the rafting operators, everyone else, can have a clear understanding of just what to expect, what timeline they can expect, and what route it is that is being proposed. Again, it's a park area. There would be very limited options available to the government on which way they would like to try to basically cut a new road into a park. And so, especially when you start layering on geography and draws and valleys, it becomes very limited as to which route is going to be used. And so to be this many years, pardon the pun, down the road and not have any clearer answer than we're still reviewing options does not sit well with the community. So what is the actual timeline? What can people expect, and when will they actually start getting some of this information in a much public fashion?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question, as well as expressing the concerns of the community and the tourism operators in the area. We are certainly concerned about it as well, and our sorry if the impression's been left that nothing is happening or it's being ignored. As the member knows, we commissioned studies in 2021, both around the road that was washed out as well as other viable options. I've said that there's a lot of questions and risks related to the road that was washed out, including long-term vulnerability of the road and any repair to future climate risks, but also environmental permitting uncertainties from federal fisheries, for example, as well as availability of suitable materials to do that repair. So in the meantime, I have asked staff to revisit with me some of the options that exist, and I am told that over the summer, consultation and discussion will happen with people in the community, and we should have a definitive answer by the end of August, early September.
Member.
Thank you. And when it first washed out, and when there was a community effort brought forward to try to do the initial repair, which ultimately was not able to proceed for various reasons on the geological side of things, the Simp First Nations, whose traditional territory this park obviously resides in, and almost dead center of their, well, not quite dead center, but I mean their territory stretches well up into Jasper, but this is certainly a very significant part of their traditional territories and lands as well. Have they been part of the discussions and the consultations up to this point? Are they being engaged at the same time as the community, or are they going to be engaged and have those discussions after the community? What is the game plan for those consultations and discussions to take place?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Consultations with the nations will not be combined with the general public consultation, but will happen in parallel.
Member.
Thank you. So I take it from that then, if the minister could confirm that the consultations with the nation haven't actually started yet, then it's just been strictly internal work by the ministry and their consultants.
Minister.
Yes, we have the engineering reports, and we are looking at them to see what's feasible before we consult with both the SIMP as well as the community.
Member.
Thank you. I guess the caution I would throw out there, or the statement, would be that the SIMP have been very proactive and are very engaged in their processes in terms of land uses in their areas. They're very advanced in their mapping of culturally significant areas that they feel within their traditional territories. And I would just say to the minister that the consultants may want to be chatting with the SIMP sooner rather than later, because you could be wasting a lot of time exploring corridors that might be 100% no-go zones with the SIMP versus areas that they would be more than comfortable. They're a very progressive band. They're very much engaged with the valley and the residents, and are always looking at ways to move things forward in a constructive way, but they also are very steadfast in their convictions around culturally sensitive areas. And I'm not for a second trying to speak on their behalf. I never would do that, but I'm just relaying in any of the conversations I've had with them on various other issues. They very much take to heart that side of the equation, and so I think it would be a good use of time for those engineers and consultants to have those preliminary discussions around conceptual corridors, just to make sure that there's not a lot of time and investigation into areas that might be complete no-go zones. So I'll leave it at that for then. But further to the road and the project, there's also been the call over the years for the second route in Wellsgray Park. Is the intention then to try to combine this as an all-in-one project to create that second route in the park as well, or is that a totally separate discussion and planning process that still needs to be undertaken, and if so, where does that stand?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and I take the member's point about consultation with the nation, and I neglected to say that the consultant that was engaged by BC Parks undertook First Nations and stakeholder engagement to determine needs, constraints, and route evaluation criteria. So that preceded the options report that we received, but of course, consultation will continue. I know members of the community have advocated for a second road for some time, but BC Parks has no plans to do that in the near future or in conjunction with this project.
Member.
Thank you. And in the budget, and the minister referenced it in his opening comments around some of the increased funding to BC Parks, there's also been a need with Wellsgray Park over the last several years to see some enhancement around danger trees and trail maintenance and things of that nature. Is there an uplift in this year's budget for works within the park as part of what the minister was referencing earlier on in his comments with parks budgets?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And as the member will know, we have just received recently confirmation of the budgeted amounts for our ministry and BC Parks. So we haven't completed the full allocation of that funding among the many priorities throughout BC Parks, but we are confident that some of that money will be available for Wellsgray.
Member.
Thank you for that. I may come back to parks in a little while, I guess, and again, bear with me, I'm just trying to juggle with what the regular critic would like to dive into and try not to get too far into some of those areas. So I was going to be switching over to some of the industrial incentive program and industry and emissions questions. But I guess to the minister, maybe to streamline things as well, I do know my colleague from Kootenay East does have a couple dam-related that have environment tie-in questions, so I'm not sure if it's the same staff as the questions I'm going to, or if we wanted to go to that. So maybe I'll just turn it over to him for a second. Yeah.
Member for Kootenay East.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks to the Minister for spending some time. I'm not sure if it's the staff that will be here, but I'll refresh the Minister's memory on an issue that we have in Kootenay East. It's surrounding the operations or the care and maintenance of the Alco Dam that's there right now. When BC Hydro operated the dam, they had a water reserve or a reservoir that was held at about 917 meters once it was at full pool. When Hydro first got those that dam acquisition from, I think it was called East Kootenay Power at the time, it was back in the 60s, I believe, a berm was set up along the west side of the river to prevent water from flowing into sinkholes, essentially, that would recharge an aquifer, which would in turn bring up the water levels in lakes in the surrounding area. And since that was decommissioned about 4 years ago, that full pool is never recognized ever. The flashboards have been removed, and now the water just flows at a lower level. So those full pools are never obtained, which has shown a drastic reduction in the water levels and the lakes in the surrounding area. Surveyor's Lake, Stink Lake, Fisher Lake, Engineer Lake, all drastically low. Baines Lake is another one, home to western painted turtle, Lewis's woodpecker, red listed species at risk. And Tobacco Plains is a local First Nation that's there. They're very concerned. The Elk River Alliance group in the area is very concerned, and the residents are frankly concerned. One can only imagine losing the water in those areas for irrigation, water use, recreational use, those kind of things, is economically and socially impacting them all. So the question to the minister would be, what concern does he have on this, and is there a priority at all to investigate this? And there's a simple solution to it. The simple solution would be for BC Hydro to reinstall the flashboards to bring the reservoir back up to full pool, so we can realize the aquifers being recharged and refreshed, and what that would do to the surrounding area's water systems. Or there could be a back channeling of the riverbed that's there right now to refresh those sinkholes. So I guess the question, Minister, once again, is what priority does he give this, and can we see some action or some collaboration to get some results here?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question. We, of course, share the member's concern, as well as the area residents and the Tobacco Plains Nation's concern about what's happening, but responsibility for dam safety is in the Ministry of Forests, and responsibility for watersheds is in Waterlands and Resource Stewardship.
Member.
Thank you, Chair. So I guess the question back to the minister would be, whose ministry is responsible for threatened and endangered species at risk?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Waterlands and Resource Stewardship.
Member.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So it's that was part of the question. The other part of the question that the minister didn't answer was what priority or how concerned is the ministry on this this ecosystem that is essentially being turned upside down right now in my area.
Thank you, Chair. And of course, I am concerned, as I think all of us are, around healthy ecosystems and species at risk, but the prioritization of the area, as well as addressing ecosystem health and species at risk, is a priority setting done by the responsible ministry, Waterlands and Resource Stewardship.
Member.
Thanks, Chair. And just one last question. So I'm glad the ministry is concerned about it. So can I count on the minister to collaborate with those other ministries to bring together maybe some cross-jurisdictional or cross-ministry type collaboration to identify that? Because we're talking about many ministries here. We're talking the Ministry of Environment, we're talking about Ministry of Forest, we're talking about water, land, and resource stewardship, we're talking about energy, mines, and low carbon innovation. So it's really good to be concerned, but I can see where this can go sometimes, and we talk about the silos in government, where everybody points the finger at the other guy and says, well, you know, it's their responsibility, it's their responsibility. Well, I think it's all our shared responsibilities. I think the minister would recognize that. So the question once again to the minister, can I count on him and the ministry to work collaboratively with all the other ministries to bring it together and find some resolution?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and it's not a matter of finger pointing. The statutory responsibility rests with Water, Lands and Resource Stewardship. Having said that, as a member of the Environment and Land Use Committee, as well as a colleague of the Minister of Water, Lands and Resource Stewardship, I am happy and eager to collaborate and work with them in whatever way is requested by the ministry with lead responsibility, and we do that on often on many issues.
Recognizing member for Kamloops North Thompson.
Thank you. So I'm hoping to spend a little bit of time around the Clean BC for industry and its interplay with a few of the other changes. Again, the minister referenced all of these in his opening comments as well. So in the budget, I noticed that the Clean BC program for industry was around $143 million last year. This year it's $6.5 million. I'm assuming that's because there's this transition. But can the minister maybe help us understand where those incentives have disappeared and how they are going to reappear for industry?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and the member is correct that the number discrepancy is because we are in transition moving to a new system, but the money has not disappeared. The money has been placed in contingencies and will be available for the new programs and any continuing programs.
Member.
Okay, so the new program would need to be basically ready and signed off on for industry to access it by, I'm assuming, the end of the fiscal, this coming fiscal. What confidence does the minister have, and if it's not met, is it automatically back to the old rules for claiming their incentives until their sign off on the new system?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And the program, in fact, is continuing for one more year during our transition, and the money that will fund the incentives is the money I referred to that has been transferred to contingencies. I think it is 180, almost 185 million.
Member.
Thank you. So 185 million, so that means it's gone up $35 million over last year then, essentially, if my math is correct. So is the minister saying that the expectation is that industry, is it going up to 35 million because carbon tax is going up $15 or because emissions are rising?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So over the course of this fiscal plan, there's about some amount over $700 million in contingencies for that purpose, and it is a result of the carbon tax increase.
Member.
Thank you. So I'll dig into that math a little bit later, I guess. But our understanding was that the OBEPS was already completed, but just not yet available. But I'm hearing from the minister and seeing the body language of staff that that's not the case. So fair enough. Is the intention, though, that the OBEPS actually align with Canada, or is it will it have its own thresholds and standards?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So to add some clarity to perhaps the framework of the members' questions, just to ensure that there's some understanding of this, one of the principal differences between the system that we've run in British Columbia for a few years and the transition to an output-based pricing system is that under the old system, industry would pay up front, and then if they met certain standards, they get money back. under the new output-based pricing system, they won't pay till the end of the year, which is something they've wanted and something that industry welcomes and is a feature of the federal system. The broad outline of the Made in BC output-based pricing system has been, we have indications from Canada that it aligns with their requirements, but no final decisions have been made on a number of the specific potential variables in the system about which the member was asking questions, so I can't answer the question until those decisions are finalized.
Member.
Thank you. So my understanding of the system that we had, that industry was using, and the fund was, it was essentially at a $50 carbon tax, which the general population was paying at the pump and home heating and all of that. Industry, if they met certain standards and criteria, would be subject to eventually, through rebate in that, paying $30 is what it would work out to. And so will this new system be based still on industry at the $30 level, or there are other provinces and other indications that some areas are going to be $17 for industry? And obviously competitiveness starts to get very important, especially within Canada. So is the intention of the minister to still have industry at the $30 threshold, or is it actually going to see it reduce even further?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, under an output-based pricing system, we operate with an entirely different structure. What happens is there is a threshold limit set, one that gradually tightens over time, and if an operator is in excess of the limit, they pay carbon tax for the amount of their emissions above the limit, or they can purchase credits from operators who operate below the threshold and therefore have the gap between their emissions and the threshold available as credits to sell to those operators who are above.
Member.
Thank you, and I appreciate that, but there's still a dollar figure attached to a threshold in terms of what the charge of carbon tax would be, and it's currently essentially $30 to industry if they meet thresholds, because then they get the $20 refunded back from the 50, soon to be 65. So is that threshold under this new system still going to be $30 of payment, or is it going to be calculated on, as I say, we're aware of other jurisdictions that are talking on the federal system of being in that $17 range instead?
Minister.
I think we have a difference of understanding about how the system works, or at least, so I'll attempt to offer some clarity. Under an output-based pricing system for each industry, there is a carbon intensity threshold that is set. If you are above that threshold, you pay the full carbon tax, whatever it is in that year, for the amount that you are above the threshold. It isn't a matter of setting a dollar figure. It's whatever the carbon tax is times the excess above the threshold. And again, as I said, if you're below the threshold, you have credits to sell, calculated the same way. And if you're at the threshold, you're fine.
Member.
Again, I fully understand that. But if you're at the threshold or below the threshold, what is the actual dollar value of carbon tax you will pay per ton for industry? Because it's not going to be the $65 if you're at the threshold or below the threshold. It's currently at $30 if you're at a threshold or below the threshold under the current system. We've heard other jurisdictions talking about $17 under the federal system. We're currently at 30. So the dollar value that industry would pay in carbon tax per ton, if they're at the threshold or below the threshold under this new system, what is that dollar value?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So if a facility is operating right dead on the threshold of carbon intensity is set, they will pay zero. If they are above the threshold, they will pay the full carbon tax, whatever it is per ton, for the amount they're over the threshold. If they're below the threshold, they will earn credits that they can save for a period of time to apply to future years where they might be over the threshold, or they can sell those.
Member.
Thank you. So LNG Canada, and the minister was a signatory to the agreement, would they be subject to the new rules, or does that agreement preclude them being subject to the new rules, and they would be under the criteria that was set out in the agreement the government signed with LNG Canada for emissions?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and welcome. When LNG Canada is in operation, which of course they are not yet in operation, they will be subject to the output-based pricing system.
Member.
Thank you. So the current system, as I understand it, and I was still the critic as we overlapped there, industry, as it was being developed, each industry had to come up with its target base that the government agreed to, and it was based on what a world-leading emission profile would be for their industry. And if they met that, then they were subject to being able to essentially pay net $30 in carbon tax. It sounds like now what the minister is saying is that if they meet that threshold, they will pay zero in carbon tax based on his previous answer in terms of if you meet the threshold of emission, and world leading is world leading, so I can't imagine that's going to change dramatically. Industry would go from paying even $30 net right now in carbon tax down to zero. Is that what the minister is saying?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And the short answer is no, that's not what I'm saying. The slightly longer answer is that the output-based pricing system is an entirely different system than what we've had in operation in BC, and we have yet to make the decisions on what the stringency tests will be. They will not be called benchmarks as they were in the past.
Member.
Okay, we can use the words benchmarks, thresholds, emission profiles, anything you want, I guess. But the reality is, if you're industry, you need to know what your tax bill is going to be based on essentially your emission profile, right? Your GHG output. Currently, you know that if you meet the agreed upon emissions profile, you're going to pay a net $30 carbon tax. The minister a couple questions ago said if you meet the new threshold, if you're right at it, you won't pay any. That sounds like zero to me, if you meet the new threshold. So if LNG Canada meets the new threshold, it's not that they will be paying a net 30 like the current agreement that the minister is a signatory to is. It would be that LNG Canada pays $0, or any other industrial emitter that meets the threshold for their, be it concrete industry or cement or any of those. And if it's not zero, if I'm misunderstanding that, then what is the net dollar value per ton of carbon tax that industry would pay under this new system if they are meeting the threshold set out under the new plan?
Minister.
The member is correct. What I said is if they are at the new stringency level or threshold, the tax they'll pay is zero. But as I said to the member earlier, those have yet to be set, and the decisions about the mechanism are in the process of being made but are not finalized.
Member.
So the reason I'm asking this is I fully understand that we have to stay in sync with the federal government, or they will fill the carbon tax gap as we march to $170 a ton. That's understood. We were at $50 a ton when these agreements were brought in with industry, and that was the expectation it would be capped there. If you look at LNG Canada, and I know the Green Party is quite concerned about what they consider oil and gas subsidies and tax subsidies to that particular side of industry. The agreement, again, that this environment minister is a signatory to with LNG Canada, had a $3.2 billion carbon tax rebate coming to LNG Canada over a 40-year period with a $50 carbon tax and them meeting the required emission profile on phase one only. Now that we see a carbon tax going to $170, I did the recalculation of what that actually means. And that actually bumps that carbon tax subsidy to $15 billion. 15 with a B. To LNG Canada alone for phase 1. And in fact, if you look at phase 2, if it comes on stream, it would be a $35 billion subsidy over the 40 years. And that was assuming a $30 cap, that they were still paying a net $30. So if I'm hearing the minister correctly now, LNG Canada would pay zero, which would add an extra about $120 million a year times 40 years. So that's another, what, $4 billion, $5 billion just on phase 1. So can the minister understand why homeowners in this province right now, who are already paying more in carbon tax on their home heating bill than the gas that's on that bill, at a rate of $9.79 being charged in carbon tax, which will then move to $32.40 in carbon tax, might be scratching their head a little how their home heating bill is going to be astronomical. And on one major project alone, this minister signed off on an agreement that has the potential to literally transfer tens of billions of dollars of carbon tax rebates back to the LNG Canada project.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and the member is wrong. That's not what I'm saying, because he's basing his statement on a flawed assumption. He is assuming that the threshold will be the same as, and calculated the same as the existing benchmark, and I have not said that will be the case. I have said that decision is yet to be made, but it's important to know that the federal output-based pricing signal, or system, and now the BC-based output-based pricing system will be designed to send a strong price signal to industry, a gradually tightening price signal that encourages emission reduction. And that is the reason that the federal government found that above $50 a ton, our system wouldn't adequately do that. And that's why we designed a new system rather than have the federal system simply walk in and replace it. I also think it's important to indicate that, of course, I understand that British Columbia residents, renters, homeowners, drivers, anybody who pays the carbon tax wants to be treated fairly, and that's why we've built in climate action tax credit that is much enhanced over the previous one, and we'll see a very high percentage of British Columbians get a substantial climate action tax credit rebate, and in some cases the rebate may well be equal to or greater than the amount of carbon tax they pay.
Member.
Thank you. Well, if memory serves, and again, I'm doing a lot of this off memory, but the permits, the environmental permits that were issued for LNG Canada in terms of their discharge thresholds were actually higher than, they were higher than what the ultimate agreement that came to the government on and what their profile was, and they were allowed to buy carbon offsets to make their targets. Is the minister suggesting that the intention of this government, after signing an agreement, again, that he was a signatory to, that encouraged a $40 billion investment based on certain emission targets, based on the understanding that as long as you meet those targets, you're going to pay a net $30 carbon tax. The two options in front of LNG Canada now are a changing goalpost on an emission profile to pay zero and see a massive tax subsidy at instead of $170 a ton, or pay $170 a ton instead of 30. Because I think I'm going to go on a limb and say that the final investment decision for a lot of projects in this province moving forward is going to be dramatically different if on a whim a government can change what seems to be a legally signed off on agreement that had a finance minister, an energy minister, an environment minister signature on it, and that can be arbitrarily changed to the point that instead of paying net 30 carbon tax per ton, they're now paying $170 carbon tax per ton. So is the minister saying that the intention of the government is to drive that threshold to a point where there will be no choice but to pay the $170 a ton instead of what they thought was a contracted $30 a ton?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And again, I'll repeat to the member, the option isn't 0 or 170. It is anything from earning credits for being under the threshold to paying 0 if you're at the threshold, to paying the full carbon tax, whatever it is in a given year, for the amount that a large final emitter is over the threshold, which is not all of their emissions, but the amount by which they're over. The operating performance payments agreement, to which I was a signatory, described what was expected to be the carbon tax treatment and incentives that were offered to large final emitters, including LNG Canada, but I am not going to engage in further interpretation or discussion of a legal memorandum in estimates.
Member.
Thank you. So it seems that the easiest way, the only way for large industrial emitters to meaningfully lower their emissions, for the most part, is electrification, especially with our hydro advantage in BC. What happens to those large industries when they want to comply, they want to have access to hit the threshold or be lower to actually gain credits, and BC Hydro is unable to provide them the power to actually green their operation? Will they still be punished financially, or will they have an exemption?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Electrification is one way to reduce emissions. There's a range of other ways, as well as a range of other measures that could be taken to address emissions that might be in excess of a threshold. And that's exactly the work that's going on right now to define what those are. There is obviously a significant and important and primary place for electrification of all industry in British Columbia as part of our Clean BC plan, and that's exactly why we announced a couple of weeks ago a new energy action framework, including a BC Hydro task force to address those very questions. But I'll simply say to the member who described the carbon tax as a punishment, what the member describes as a punishment, we describe as a price on the externalities of pollution that the public increasingly expects those industries to pay for.
Member.
Thank you. And previously it used to be called an incentive to get industry to green up. The reason I used the word punishment was purposeful, because it's a punishment if you're trying to do the right thing, trying to reduce your emissions, and it's BC Hydro that's making that impossible. And yet you're now subject to the $170 carbon tax. And although we're only at $65 right now, only, that will get to 170 fairly quickly, especially if you look at the timelines to get large-scale hydro transmission lines or capacity upgrades underway and taken and built. we will be basically at 170 by the time any of that could happen. A large industrial complex, first off, has to compete at the board level with all of their other arms of their corporation to try to get capital, much like ministers have to do within cabinet to try to get money within their own budgets. It's no different at a corporate board. There's competing interests. Directors are only going to approve capital spends in jurisdiction they feel there's certainty on and that the rules aren't constantly changing on them midstream. The importance of something like this is massive. This is not myself or the minister going to Best Buy and deciding we want a third TV in our house. We don't have to phone BC Hydro. We go, we buy it, we're done. If we want to buy a more efficient furnace or a more efficient something for our house, we don't phone BC Hydro. We just go and buy it. Heavy industry can't do that. Heavy industry can try to just go and buy it. Their board will say no, because the first thing the board's going to ask is, what's the timeline for us to have power? Is there adequate power? Can we get adequate power? So it is a punishment if industry will be held to the $170 despite their best efforts to try to electrify certain components. And the minister is right. There are some components you can change out depending on the type of industry. I look at our pulp mill in Kamloops and all the modernization they've done and the greening and the self-generate power generation they do now from other byproducts of their production. But if you're talking LNG, unless it's giant hamster wheels, we need electrification to green that industry up. There's no other way around it. And that's just one industry. And I know it sounds like all I'm doing is talking about LNG, but that's just because it's very topical and top of mind for people right now. But it also has a massive emission profile, so it would probably serve us all well in the public domain to understand exactly what the government's moves are on this. So again, the minister didn't actually answer the question, which was, if industry is not able to access the power they need from hydro, will they still be subject to paying the overage for the threshold not being met, or will there be exemptions made as they await BC Hydro to either agree or actually complete the work if they've already agreed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Frankly, I'll just repeat what I said to the member earlier. We have not finished designing the system. We are working on it because we know industry wants to have some certainty and know what it is. What they know for the upcoming years, we're changing from a system of paying up front to a system of paying at the end. So that is reassuring to them. The output-based pricing system is something that was requested by industry, and they are, including the oil and gas sector, pleased to be having it and eagerly awaiting the details of how we're going to implement it, which we can't give to them until those decisions are finalized. And I'll simply once again say the member's base point, which is we need electrification, and industry in particular needs it as soon as possible, which is exactly why we're setting up BC Hydro Task Force to accelerate the production and transmission of electricity to meet Clean BC goals for society at large and industry in general, and that's all industry. So that's important, and that is going to be a big focus for this government.
Member.
Thank you. Under the current system, and we went back and forth on this quite a bit and drilled into it, but industry is able to buy offsets to still stay under their targets of the current system and the world leading standard target that government in each particular industry agreed upon. And so they were able to buy offsets. Under this new system, will they still be able to buy offsets to get themselves to the threshold? Or is it strictly that people that have the ability to sell offsets will be selling those offshore to other jurisdictions and not within BC?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, as I said, and as I'll say again, we are continuing to finalize the plans for the system, but essentially we will be creating a new carbon trading market in British Columbia that will be available to industries in British Columbia, either on the positive or negative side of the threshold. I can't imagine a situation in which those credits could be traded internationally because they'll be specific to a British Columbia system.
Member.
Thank you. Well, the only way that they would be valuable then in a British Columbia system is if a different emitter can actually use them. Otherwise, they have no value. So by extension, that would mean that if industry A is below the threshold, they can sell to industry B, who's over the threshold, to bring themselves down to the said threshold without actually doing anything to improve our actual environment. And that's typically when you talk with people, they want to see emissions actually come down from A and B, not just A. And so that is an ongoing discussion and problem, I guess, we have with the overall process of how this will all roll out. But the existing program, as we started out talking about in this year's budget, was about $142 million last year, $143 million. It's $6.5 million this year. I get the explanation from the minister that it just got rolled over to contingencies and is sitting there waiting as all of this gets worked out with industry. Then I guess the question is, what is the $6.5 million for?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I want to correct the member's assumption, but I will answer his question first. The $6.5 million is for administrative costs to run the carbon pricing system. About half of it is staff, and the rest is for contractors and related travel to do with program design. But the member made a statement that under an output-based pricing system, there is no incentive to reduce emissions if you can buy credits from somebody who is below. And if I understood the member correctly, that's just simply not the case. The purpose of an output-based pricing system is to provide an ongoing incentive to reduce emissions, either because you are earning credits which you can sell, or because you have to buy credits and it makes more sense to invest money into reducing your emissions so you don't have to continually buy credits year after year.
Member.
Thank you. And we've been around this wheelhouse once or twice as well, but unless there's going to be a minimum price set for credits that is very closely aligned to what the going rate for carbon tax is, if I could buy offsets at $20 or $30 a ton and avoid paying $170 a ton, there's a pretty good rate of return right there, depending on what the capital upgrade for your industry might actually require. It might actually turn out to be a much better rate of return to not reduce your emissions and simply buy offsets than to reinvest in the technology. So there is a very real world business case that, once again, those boards of these large businesses and large emitters are all run by large companies for the most part. They all have boards, they all have, for the most part, operations spread out around North America and the rest of the world. All of those are competing for capital dollars on projects. And so if that board can make a business decision that buying a $20 or $30 offset will still save them money overall compared to investing in newer equipment, that is what they're going to do, full stop, because it's the economics of the situation. So is the minister saying that the pricing structure of offsets is going to be such that it is tied to or closely aligned with whatever the price per ton of carbon is, or is it just left to the open market to decide what those offsets costs will be, as has been happening in the past?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to say this to you once in my entire life to the member. The member is right. The system design will need to take into account the economics, and primarily it will need to take into account our purpose of the output-based pricing system, which is to continue to incent emission reduction. And therefore, all of the issues that the member was referencing will be the issues we're making decisions about in program design.
Recognizing the House Leader for the third party.
Thank you, and nice to see you, Minister. Just wanting to ask a few questions here as we get closer to the end of the day. This question is on the West Coast gas transmission project that is currently before the Minister, Enbridge. There's a fairly consequential decision that is likely to determine the future of this project. Enbridge is seeking an extension and claiming two specific circumstances: a COVID-19 pandemic and the uncertainty in the natural gas permitting following the Yahe decision. Section 46 of the Environmental Assessment Act grants power to order a variation only if there's, quote, an emergency or other comparable circumstances, and if this emergency is in the public interest. The question is to the Minister, will the Enbridge's West Coast gas transmission permit be renewed?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. As I think the member knows, there has been public consultation on Enbridge's request. That material is not yet finalized, nor has it been referred to me, so no decision has yet been made.
Member.
Thank you. We received a letter that was copied to us from one of the First Nations hereditary chiefs from up north. Has the Minister engaged with the hereditary chiefs that have reached out, and kind of what interactions and engagement is there in this situation?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. I have not engaged personally, but the Environmental Assessment Office staff have.
Member.
Just wanting to thank you to the Minister. Just wanting to ask a question or two here with respect to carbon offsets and carbon credits. We've engaged on this in question period. The province's plan to proceed with fossil fuel expansion while achieving net zero appears to be largely dependent, and I recognize the Minister in his response to me the other day in question period highlighted a number of different potential options to reach net zero. But it appears that there's a heavy reliance, or there could potentially be a heavy reliance on carbon credits and offsets. The new output-based pricing system that when I entered the room, the Minister was talking about for large emitters is also expected to rely on these programs. Reports have found that corporate and government-run offset programs are unreliable and repeatedly over-account actual emissions reductions. A study done by the University of Berkeley this year demonstrated that carbon offset registries have, quote, consistently allowed developers to claim far more climate-saving benefits than justified, end quote. A separate report by the UN declared that high-value carbon credits can be used for beyond value chain mitigation, but cannot be counted towards a non-state actor's interim emissions reductions required by its net zero pathway. Given that these experts from around the world have criticized carbon offset programs for being unreliable and repeatedly over-accounting actual emissions reductions, will the government submit to an external independent review of their carbon offset program?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the member for the question because it's an important one. And I agree, that where offsets are used, they need to be credible, they need to be verifiable, they need to be real. I do want to add that the member is making an assumption that we will largely meet emission reduction standards through or net zero standards where they apply through the use of offsets, and that decision has not been made. But what I will say is we will always want to put an emphasis on available real emission reduction efforts first. In terms of the offset protocols that have been used by this government and would be in the future, we rely on the International Carbon Reduction and Offset Alliance, which is an international body, a third party, that works toward ensuring that offset schemes undergo a third-party audit process based on ICROA's Code of Best Practice, which is designed to align with UNFCCC. ICROA reviewed the legislative and regulatory frameworks around protocols in British Columbia and gave them a seal of approval, if you wish, as well as individual protocols that have been used. And as the member knows, we are currently finalizing a forest carbon offset protocol 2.0, which will be finalized this spring, and it too will be subject to that third-party verification according to ICROA protocols.
Member.
Thank you. Of the mechanisms that the minister shared with me in question period, and maybe for the benefit of this, you can choose to or not to list them off again. Where does carbon offset, carbon credit programs rank in terms of mechanisms that effectively achieve net zero in the mind of the minister?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And I want to repeat again that we're still working on protocols and system design, and no final decisions have been made. So I'm not sure speculation by me or personal preference is the best way to answer the question. But what I will say is that we are focused on emission reduction first and foremost, wherever possible. And wanting it to be real, needing it to be real, and we extend that to protocols if there are to offsets. If there is going to be an offset used either to close a final gap or as a transition while technologies or process design or equipment is changed out in particular industries, they have to be verifiable. They have to be real. They have to meet stringent internationally accepted protocols and tests. They can't just be, I'm going to go out in the market and see who's selling an offset. It has to be something that the BC government is confident on behalf of British Columbians is real, verifiable, credible, and internationally acceptable.
Member.
So as the minister just outlined, a lot of the work is yet to be done, but yet this government continues to approve new emissions sources. Namely, in the last couple of weeks, a new LNG facility. Approved another LNG facility, which will have to meet that net zero requirement in the environmental assessment process, except none of that's in place. None of it exists yet, as the minister just said. It all still needs to be determined. So we've got an LNG facility going through the process that is yet to be clear. We have the premier who said when he was being sworn in that increasing and adding new fossil fuel infrastructure is not consistent with meeting our climate targets, our emissions targets. So how do we reconcile the fact that on one hand, we are putting in place a framework that is going to reduce emissions, but yet the only real thing that's happened in the last couple of weeks is more emissions? How does that get reconciled?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Well, I appreciate the member's concern, because the concern is around reducing emissions, meeting our climate targets, and addressing climate change, which is a concern that's shared across our government. I think for the member to say that the only thing that's happened in the last couple of weeks is more emissions is not true. A project was approved, it hasn't been built, and it hasn't even got a final investment decision. And I would rather choose to look at the entire framework, which is what we tried to announce a couple of weeks ago on March 14th. And first of all, that framework includes all the range of measures that we have taken under Clean BC, continue to take, whether it is reducing emissions in transportation, whether it is working toward zero carbon standards in buildings, supporting local governments for emission reduction activities, whether it is our very aggressive methane reduction regulations and program. But what we also announced 2 weeks ago, and I'm not sure the member fully understands this. While the implementation mechanisms will be consulted on with First Nations and with industry, this government announced and made a very clear commitment to a regulatory cap on emissions in the entire oil and gas sector that aligned with our targets, our Clean BC targets for the sector. That was the commitment we made. That is real. The methods of implementing that and applying it and will be worked on in the coming weeks, will be consulted on, and that was our commitment to do that consultation this year. But the commitment to bring forward a regulatory cap was an absolute commitment. It wasn't a we may do this, we're thinking about it, we're going to consult and see if people think it's a good idea. We made a commitment to do it, we're consulting on the mechanism to do it.
Member.
Thanks. So was the goal then to make the announcement to approve the Haisla-led Cedar LNG project and create a regulatory framework that makes it impossible for them to get a final investment decision again? That is seemingly where the first part of the minister's answer was going, was that make the approval, create the conditions for that project to not succeed.
Minister.
No, that was, thank you, sorry, Chair. No, that was certainly not a signal I intended to send, and I want to very clearly say that that's not the signal I was sending. That's not the intention. The intention was to not have our emission reduction activities with respect to any single project be determined by the approval or rejection of that project. The context that we created was to take what we announced as our sectoral reduction target for the oil and gas sector, which we announced at the same time as 3 other sectors, and say to British Columbians, we told you this is what we intend to do as part of Clean BC, and now we're making a commitment to do it through regulation.
Member.
So, thank you. When I made the statement that the thing that was announced was more emissions, I was making the assumption that Cedar LNG would get the final investment decision. The reason why I guess I'm a bit, I wouldn't say confused, but just looking for a little bit more clarity from the minister was that in the response it was that, well, yeah, the project has been approved, but there's been no final investment decision. And the reason why I asked the follow-up question is because the optimists, the people who are optimistic about the emissions cap, have basically told me, don't worry about it. Remember, the economics of this, if that emissions cap, if the net zero, none of this is going forward anyways. And so I guess it just feels like, yeah, you can announce this Cedar LNG project. There's a First Nation up north that's very excited about that, been working on it for a long time, but yet then the project gets crushed because of the optimism that some are feeling around the Energy Action Framework. So that's that's what's behind the line of questioning that I have here today.
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. So I think what I hope British Columbians and others, including the member, the House Leader for the third party, will be optimistic about is that when we announced the new Energy Action Framework, we made a commitment to accelerating electrification in British Columbia at all levels, that we made a commitment to expedite the transition to clean energy, both technologies and sources of clean energy that are going to be the energy sources of the future, and that we made a commitment to deal with the oil and gas sector as a whole in a fair way, and to bring in a regulation to reduce their emissions. You know, if some people may read what they want into a decision that will have a particular result, that wasn't what we were intending to do, and I can't control what people choose to believe will be the outcomes. I think for the Haisla, and I'm not an investor who's going to make a decision about whether to invest in Cedar, but what I do know is that without a certificate, the Haisla were not in a very good position to talk to potential investors. They have a certificate now, and they are in that position, and it'll be the decision of investors about whether to invest in that project. But the optimism that people should feel is that we now have a clear commitment to use legal tools to reduce emissions in the sector in line with what we have to do to meet our legislative targets.
Member.
I think the skepticism that I have, and that's shared by, I won't say how many, but that's shared by some in this province, is that we had a premier that said that expanding the fossil fuel industry is not consistent with meeting our climate targets. 3 months later, we're expanding the fossil fuel industry. So the skepticism that I have about whether or not this government is prepared to actually deliver on what it says is in the fact that we have the leader of the province who led in a campaign to become the premier of the province, many people in a certain direction. And now here we are going in a different direction. So I guess I can, you know, the other reality that we face is that up until this BC NDP government approved LNG Canada, we had zero LNG. So it wasn't even, or we had very little LNG. It wasn't even a transition in this province. We're creating the need to transition because we're creating the industry. We keep approving new projects, new sources of emissions. And now we're going to have this language about how we're going to have to transition away from an industry that we didn't even need to transition away from if the minister, the current Minister of the Environment, the former Premier, and now the current Premier, didn't approve these sources of emissions. We wouldn't have this problem. So what's inside the framework that is going to be consulted on and negotiated on in kind of a very unclear way. I can understand we're going to go out to industry, we're going to go out to and have that conversation. They're looking to rapidly expand this industry in this province. I would also say that the indication that I have from this provincial government with respect to this industry is, I think, characterized in the fact that in the Yahe decision. It's very, very interesting that that decision ended where it did, and I am appreciative of that. But the pressure on this government from the LNG industry very clearly had something to do with that decision. So here we are, we have a premier that says in an election to become the leader of the political party that runs the show in here, expanding fossil fuel infrastructure is inconsistent with meeting our climate goals. And a lot of people got excited about that. And yet, just a few short months later, we're creating an industry that now we have to peel ourselves back from. So that's where the skepticism lies. Why, if we are so committed to climate change, are we creating huge sources of emissions that now everybody else, every other industry in this province has to make up for?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And I appreciate that the member cares deeply about climate change and the future of British Columbia, and like I, wants British Columbia to be a leader. We differ somewhat on the different ways to get there. But I would say to the member's question at the end, which is why are we approving an industry that will result in us requiring other industries to make up the slack? That is precisely why we set one sectoral target for the oil and gas sector and one sectoral target for other industry, and why we brought in a new energy action framework that very specifically has a commitment to a regulatory cap that aligns with the oil and gas sectoral target in order to ensure that we meet it and that it doesn't fall on the backs of other industries or other people, or that we end up failing.
One more question, member?
Okay, all right, I already shut my brain down. Thank you, Minister, for the response. I look forward to future engagements with you on this. I'm going to turn it over because I think his brain might still be working. That's good.
Recognizing the member from Kootenai East. On
Thank
one
you.
last question.
Yes, thank you, Chair, and I'm not sure if that's so true at this late juncture. But I just wanted to just quickly ask a question on provincial parks. I'll get the Assistant Deputy Minister in line there. Jim Smith, Provincial Park. We've seen a degradation of the banks there, it's becoming very unsafe. We've been after the ministry for a while now, since 2021. And I believe in June of 2022, a commitment response was given. And I'll just read a portion of it. Funding has been allocated to Jim Smith Lake for 2022-2023 to complete engineering designs to reduce the steep grade to the beach and ensure a safe transition between grassy area to the beach. Broader facility improvements at Jim Smith Lake are expected to continue in 2023, 2024, and the coming years. So I guess the first question is, has that commitment been realized? Have we done the engineering study on that? And can we expect in this year's budget, to enhance that beach to where it should be so it's safe and it's good for everyone to use?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. And to the member, good question, but we don't have the answer today, but we'll commit to have it tomorrow if you'd like to come back. And Honourable Chair, I move that the committee rise, report. This is not the right one. I move that the committee rise, report progress, and seek leave to sit again.
Actually, there's an earlier
Yes.
completion and,
Honorable Chair, I move that the committee rise, report resolution and completion of the estimates of the Ministry of Emergency Management and Climate Readiness, and report progress on the Ministry of Environment and Climate Change strategy, and ask leave to sit again.
you've heard the question. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say nay. Motion is carried. This committee stands adjourned.